Well, hello there. How is everyone doing today? It's been a while. I hope you enjoyed the little videos that I put a lot of effort into making. No, not really. Well, a lot of effort into making the build and the cast, I guess. We have an issue today. Whereas I prepared everything, but then Sims had an update yesterday. So with that said, with yesterday's updates, we don't have some things in the game. As you can see, I put out my mods. I will try to enable the cast mods because it shouldn't affect those, but we will see how that's gonna work. Because again, the first time in my life I decide I'm gonna play with the mods, and of course the update happens to me. In hindsight, it's on me because I should have known the update is happening, because on 1st of May, well, today, they are releasing new kits. But I forgot. So that's that, I guess. But yes. Anyhow, hi, hello, good morning. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. It's been a hot minute. Yep. This almost matches weirdly, and it's kind of trippy. I went with random colors for this overlay, the blues that I had stuck in my memory. But yeah. Also, today it's as Rin so kindly informed us, I'm currently running a fundraiser for St. Jude Play Live with the Goatlings, which is our Tiltify theme. Which, yeah. This is our household. Let's see if I go to game options. Other. We're not gonna do script mods. So I'm just gonna do custom content and mods. But no script mods. And we'll see how that will go. We need to restart the game for that. So we're gonna do just that. And see how it all plays out. Now, if we manage to get this working, it will then be time to make our roles. Now, couple of things. I accidentally rolled some things because I wasn't aware I can do that. So we're probably gonna try and re-roll all of that. And I'll briefly explain how this challenge works and how it's D&D related. Now let's first see if the mods are working. And also I want to be the first to do okay. I don't have many things on this character, but let's see, where's on the game? Stuff. The game should be paused. Hopefully it is. We shall see. The problem is I did save stuff. Again, it's not a big issue. We can just like pop into CAS, fix the things that are broken. It shouldn't be like big of an issue, because even though I did downloaded a lot of custom content, yeah, we see by her eyes that yeah, that's no, wait, testing it's true. Wait, what happened just now? Oh, I know what happened just now. There. That should be it. Fuck off. Yeah, I don't know how Gyazo opened. But if we modify in CAS, we should be able to get our jewelry back on and our like eyes thingies. If I'm correct, eyes were in facepaint. Yeah, they were. Okay, it was this one. We're just gonna apply that to all outfits. And then here, I think this was in hats. I think I'm not like 100% sure. And horns are definitely here. I was baiting on horns. I wanted these small ones, but for some reason, these are not working for me. Ah, there we go. It was this. And it was this. Yeah. And then we had... Oh, the thieves as well. Ah, dang it. It's okay, it's okay. I'll figure that all out. Okay, I can apply that to all. And then we're gonna find our little earrings. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they were these ones. Oh, they're cute. But yeah, luckily I think that's all that I did in CAS. So now if we... Oh, I did not enable the full edit mode. I'm sure that's it. That's fine. Okay. With that out of the way, she has her eyes and stuff. Everything I made here is just the same stuff, and I went with this like full of boxes and furniture stacked and stuff because I want the feeling of like, oh, she just moved in. I'm gonna save it just in case. So yeah, some things like, wait, what? Did I not put kitchen tiles? Oops. It's okay. We can be without kitchen tiles for now. I was pretty sure I did put some, but that's okay. I guess I must have forgot. But yeah, I wanted this to feel like, oh, like these like bathrooms were sorted, because like you usually have bathrooms in a kitchen, and everything is like kind of plain and simple, not decorated yet. Um, because I wanted that, you know, genuine feel like she just moved in. She's gonna like furnish this as it goes. Mm, and eventually, I also did like this little overgrown area here for when we build our museum here, and I don't know what else is gonna go in the back. I didn't actually look into the well, all of the generations. I looked at the current generation, which is Bard, and she is in the College of Arts. So let me just quickly show you what that would entail. Oh my god, why? Because I'm pretty sure I had it open. Oh, there we go. Haha. Haha. Okay, so that's our bard. Oh my god, I forgot her name. Um, Adria Bartlett. Okay. Name. No. Wait. Where? This is not very intuitive. Oh, name. Lol. Here. I think like that. Hopefully I didn't misspell anything. So the thing is, we have the reward traits, skill level rolls, and the Thursday dice. So every Thursday we roll a dice. Now, mm, this is kind of falling apart because it's not on Chrome, but this involves a lot of packs. Cats and dogs, city living, cottage living, crystal location. Literally a lot of packs, which it's fine. We have all of them. But yeah, bag of shiny math rocks. Yeah, it's this basically where we're gonna roll our dice. Now start here. We're gonna roll our stats. I'm gonna roll 1d20 for one free reward trait. I did roll entrepreneurial over here on accident, but ooh, no. Can I like? Yeah, I can delete these. Shit. This thing is very new to me, so yeah. Okay, so D20 for one free reward rate. This challenge includes cheats, um, but it gets interesting from what I saw. So 1d20, roll 16. And we're gonna keep our log of the rolls. So no. Rolled 16 connections. I don't know how to edit that. Can I do this? No, I can't. What if I add a new page? No, that just adds a different thing. I don't know why then we have the shiny new rocks. Oh. No, I did not want to add a table. No. Can I control Z this? Oh, I can. Okay, good. Oh, now it rolled the speed reader. No, I rolled the 16 connections. I want to. What's a speed reader? What is that number? I don't know. Free trait. No, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna go with the rolls on here. Okay. So, new page, morning sim. Okay. So we're gonna forego the dice roller because we don't need it. So she's a morning sim. Each generation, roll a d4 for 3 skills of your choice. Cheat to increase the level of each skill you picked by the number you rolled. Okay. Maybe we do need that thing. No, random skill level dice. Okay, yeah, there's that. Okay. Random skill level dice. Rolled a 1, a 4, and a 1. Okay. We're gonna up by 1 pottery. By 4, I think we can do painting because it makes sense. And for the last one, maybe cooking or handiness. There. Handiness. So that's gonna be our thing. We're gonna edit the holiday. So every Thursday we can call roll the dice. So let's go into the calendar. That's not the calendar. This is the calendar. Jesus Christ. At a holiday. Roll the dice. It's interesting how there is no like gaming icon. Maybe we can just do the lottery thing. It doesn't have to be day of work, school. No decoration, Tim. Oops. Okay, I guess we can do it however. Yeah. Before bed, have your sim celebrate by rolling a d20. You can use physical dice or use virtual dice roller like this one, Shiny Matter. Or you can just, like, I guess, do it there. And then, like, this is the list we have to go off. And the like we are choosing your sim cast. Yeah, this sim literally doesn't have any traits. Likes or dislikes. And I guess she likes painting. But that's about it. Okay, we're gonna, I guess, edit all Thursdays. So we are doing College of Arts. Being recognized and remembered is everything you do. You want nothing more than to preserve all of your art for the world to enjoy forever. You're constantly jealous of other artists being featured in museums while you're struggling to get an installation anywhere. You must take it to your own hand because surely only you will give your artwork the respect and honor it truly deserves. Your name will be known, and you will use fame and fortune to open a museum for you and your descendants. Only that way your family name will be honored and remembered for generations to come. So, our aspiration is painter extraordinaire, art lover, jealous creative, likes egotistical, emotional, and idealisms, and dislikes ambitionless, high energy, and rascals. So we do have a career that we have to enter, which is painter, patron of the arts branch. And our goals are to get painting level 10, charisma level 10, but I think that kind of comes with the career. And our quest is to become a 5-star celebrity and place a tile on the Starlight Boulevard so that you will be remembered forever. And create a museum for all your art. Make sure to leave room for your future generations to feature their masterpieces as well. So, make a museum and reach 5-star celebrity thing. Because of that part, we are located in the Del Sol Valley. So, yeah, we'll see how all of that goes. Now, I just need to figure out how to cheat stuff, but let's just copy this on every Thursday. Roll the dice and it can't just be nothing. Okay. Wait. Image has to be this one. We're sticking with the theme here. And it's gonna be a little confusing with the lottery day, but well, we're limited in what we can do here. I know this is a little probably repetitive and boring, but yeah. Anyway, while I do this, let me tell you about St. Jude a little bit. Well, what we're doing. Basically, I've been doing St. Jude charities for a little while now. And it's always lovely, even like if we don't make a big of a dent. I don't know, it's nice to know that the people, well, the kids that really need it are being supported with what they need, with I can't add the dash. I guess. Oh, can I? Oh, I can't add that as well. Wait, why can't I add any letters now? Oh, maybe because I don't have room. Yeah, okay. We could roll the harvest dice. Okay, I feel like our brain is getting a little spammy. I will have to look into that. I'm so sorry about that. But yeah, I am currently running a fundraiser for St. Jude to play live. I've been doing that for a couple of years. It supports children with cancer and their families. I don't know, it's nice to know like that you're making a little bit of a difference, even if it's not like a major difference. We're still making a difference, a positive difference in someone's life. So yeah. Okay, I think we added all of the dice rollings. Let's see if there's anything here. No, that's all fine. Sorry about the coughs. What do I want to say? Yes, what I wanted to do is I wanted to be the first one to actually add myself to the artwork. Okay. Oh. Okay, now this is fine. That's fine. This is fine. And then I'm just gonna do this because I can't be arsed to do anything else. This way we can also test. Yay! It does a thing. It doesn't do any noise though. I was hoping it will do any some noise, but this is also fine. Mm. By the way, however you turn it, like if you make a donation, it's gonna go towards the. Well, you're gonna go on the list of people who donated, which everyone is gonna go on that list. As for the artwork, you don't have to. Um, if you want to redeem like something else, but you still want to be added to the artwork, you can do so as well. Anyway, the prices are a bit steep, but it's for a good cause. It's for a good cause. And if you by any chance want to redeem the your character here thingy, um, you can also do that. Anyway, let me just. Um, let me just check this timer. Timed actions. Oh, fuck. You know, I don't actually know how to change the timers. So, but like from the top of my head. So I'm just gonna pause the timed actions. But you can still, exclamation point and see what the things are. So it's not too spammy. And that should hopefully work. Okay. Roll the rewards trades. Morning sim. Where are you? Morning sim. We can remove empty. Okay. And the big skills. Utility. Handiness. Oh, I don't think. I'm not sure it's updated with the thing. Because I don't see pottery. Oh, select an option or create one. Can I create one? Oh, I can. Okay, create pottery. Handiness, painting, and pottery are our self-picked skills. Alright, did I do that correctly? Give me a second. Yeah, I think I did everything correctly. Okay. Inspiration painter extraordinaire. What's that? Oh, the name. I don't know where the T is. Wait. Oh, at the end. At the end. Okay, so here I need to change it. So, Adria Bartlett. I don't know why I have the name here when I have it here, but that's fine. Okay, so our goals: create a museum. Sorry, our quest is create a museum and become a 5-star celebrity. Charisma level 10, painting level 10, and complete the painter, patron of the arts career. So we're gonna put this in progress. No, not done, not done. In progress. In progress. I'm not gonna start on this yet, and I'm not really sure about becoming a 5-star celebrity right now. But once the opportunity presents itself, it's fine. So do I have to save, or does it save automatically? I guess it saves automatically. Aspiration check. No. Reward traits, not aspirations. Sorry. Okay. Rewards or traits. There we go. Morning sim. Okay. Wait. Let me just. While I'm here, I can turn this off. I don't know why it turned itself on. That is very unhelpful because it uses the same key commands as The Sims for cheats. So, yeah. Anyway, we should be fine. Okay. Good traits. Morning person. Did that do anything? That's my question. No, it did not. Maybe just like this. Haha, there we go. Okay. Got that. And Sims 4 skill level cheats. Okay. So she's a morning sim, apparently. I mean, good for her, I guess. And skills. Is pottery a major skill or minor skill? Oh, it hasn't been updated here. It has been updated for life and death, though. Oh, or is the skill ceramic? Okay, we'll test that now because it's stats dot set dash skill level major pottery one. Nope. Major ceramic one. Maybe we'll need to pick a different one. How about just painting? Stat set. What if I just put it to 4? Ah, okay. So 4 works, but 1 doesn't. So if I put pottery 2, for example. Oh, it is pottery, okay. I mean, thinking that they start at level 1, so painting should be 5, because we raised them for 4. And then we also said handiness 2. There. So those are gonna be our skills for now. I will actually open this like that. And with all that out of the way, I think we can finally actually start playing. Which, of course, the first thing she will do is find herself a job. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's ads. It's okay. I'm gonna pause a little bit while the ads play through, and I'll see you in just a moment. are apparently back. So, okay. Career in art. So, painter. Now, I'm gonna have to, like, look into this. Well, it actually tells me right patron of the arts later. Okay. She has work in 2 days. We did open the phone. Okay. Let's, no. You gotta be kidding me. I just noticed. All of my fucking terrain paint is gone. But I can't be bothered with that right now. Like, genuinely. Oh my god. Okay. Let's make her go here. And then when she gets there, she can take a photo, take a selfie in her new house. And hopefully, like, in front of the boxes and stuff, so... I don't know. Something like that. Or maybe if she looks there at the living room. Yeah, this looks like she just moved in, right? I'll take two just in case. I don't know why I'm doing like little side quests, but they're here, so we're doing it. And from what I can tell, we are playing on a long lifespan. Because I usually play on a long lifespan. I was thinking about making it on the normal lifespan, but this is my first challenge. And it doesn't really say which lifespan. Maybe we should do a long one. Maybe. But yeah. She got this big old house all to herself. And maybe she can start early on her arts. And she can do some figure painting. I'm pretty sure that for her job, yeah, she needs to create a painting. Well, paintings. I really wish that this... I mean, it did come with the bucket here, but I wish we got like bucket clutter and stuff. Which I guess we're getting today, later today. So, yay. Next time we'll add the script mods. Hopefully they will work, and it's nothing too big. Like, it's the tool mod, the better build buy, and stuff like that that just make our life easier. But also, I don't hear any sounds. Do you guys hear any sounds? Audio? It should be pretty high. No, I'm gonna, yeah, we're just gonna leave that. We're gonna save it here and, yeah, I guess this is fine. And now we can finally relax and just enjoy and see where the things take us. By the way, also, new avatar. Hello. And yes, I know I don't have subtitles at the moment, but if you take off the little thingy, there should be subtitles. I'm trying to figure out the better ones, or more, I don't know. Maybe I go back to the other subtitles. I know it's not very accessible at the moment, but I need to figure out what's going on there because some people had double subtitles, some people didn't have subtitles at all. Yeah, she likes painting. I wish I post like a little radio here. Okay, so they just did a big update, but yet it is still raining inside. Of course it is. Okay, I'm not gonna play with walls up. I'm gonna have them like this. She doesn't have a PC yet. She is gonna be slow on unpacking. But she does have a little, like... Oh, not this one. In her bedroom? Yeah, she has this little thing. Although she can't use it because of this currently. I'm gonna assign her the left side of the bed. And we can put this figure painting here. Oh, it looks like it's kinda on the thing. And we can put it here. We're gonna put like bunch of paintings here. Let's create a small realism painting as well. Oh, her work is in 22 hours now. That's good. Oh, and also I'm gonna put all lights to auto lights because it makes more sense that way. I don't know if I should leave her kitchen walls bland. Maybe when she goes to work, we can have workers come in and, do her kitchen. And she's not really anything. Her social need is declining really fast. So how about she can add to her Instagram story that she just moved into the new place.
Pharma flows it.
And she's just fine. And we can put the small painting here, I guess. I'm gonna rearrange them later on. There, make small impressionism painting as well. Now we could sell those, but in case the dice say we go bankrupt, it's nice to have them on the side to sell them. This is just me thinking ahead. And she probably wants to save most of her artworks.
Oh.
I can't believe they did not fix raining inside. It's baffling to me. I hope it's because I don't know they're coming up with new roofs and stuff, and there's gonna be like a roof update, and that's why we have to suffer raining inside. Ah, this is that one is so cute. I don't want to sell this one. Actually, I'm gonna put it here. Mm, chat with the sim or play a game. She can play a game, I guess. There we go. Play some Tomb Raider Reloaded on your phone. No, is she getting any hungrier at all? She does not. Maybe she can craft a planter pot.
Aspenoid. Ah, c'est why? Just the job.
Maybe after that she can order pizza so she can talk to the delivery person. Because obviously her needs are in steady decline here, and it's not great.
Leave.
Maybe we should think about getting a pet for her.
Heeb.
A pet will surely cheer her up. Order a delivery. Pizza delivery. Let's do some kebab pizza. Okay.
Lisa Sway. More of a pendola. Beg you will. Huh?
It's kind of cold. So maybe we can set some warming up. Oh, hello there. Thank you for delivering our pizza.
Hey, Chumcha.
Huh.
Hey, Yvonne. Bajsta, boy.
We can give them a tip and do some friendly introduction. Oh, I love your makeup. That's really fun.
Newlets.
Oh,
Levi.
oh, Lempima. Apswars Napatani. Kirasha?
Simona Sarah.
We can talk about rain.
Luck.
I am so good at small talk.
Food. Spinor.
Quexi. Darzidoba. Oh, Facia Harp. Quaiba
Ah,
Sharbutin too.
Spillane.
Oh, sure. Invite yourself in. He's helping with my social needs, so. Oh, sure. Help yourself to the pizza you just delivered.
Kaljo Darishi. Unifesh Septa. Yikla O'Dreep. Hello, Yam. Nopsa. Shmejal Klim.
We can discard interest.
Unvaluable on. Harpin.
Maybe discuss color theory. Oh, he likes gardening. Nice.
Rev C, Lou Drip, Afwa.
Rouge Skiba.
Oh, Risha Rebo.
No, he's flirty.
Josephine. Bulak. Yimple. Yikla O'Dree.
Are you gonna take another slide? Why are you doing that? Why is he doing that?
Ah, Shippy. Ebenor. Ponil. Gahara Shwabi. Sapivdo Hebene.
Ha.
Flupi Aspa. Meshka. Rishabor. Fuano. Kumpi Sawa.
Quas?
Riposha. Renikosor. Sikahu.
Calca.
Roslapa. Eboya Pleva Stap.
He took more pizza slices? Excuse me, sir. Why are you eating stuff in my house? Like, you just literally delivered me that pizza. There, our moving picture can be next to our doors.
Bueno.
That little TV is great. But yeah, she should probably unpack at some point. I don't know if she's unpacking in PC or she's gonna just buy a new one.
Univaru.
But let's speed through the film. Maybe you can take a slice and oh yeah, we can glaze this. Ooh, what glaze do we do? Industrial, modern, minimalist. I think that for the first one we can do the matte one. Yes, of course. Why doesn't it show up? Huh.
Ah.
She's definitely glazing it, but
Uh-huh.
it's not there.
Fleazak Noosh.
Wesabu.
You can finish
Pork
eating your
pajello.
pizza. Don't put it on the floor.
Niara Enazuk. Kisana. Lovo Canathoi. Zabora. Van Tarble. Fimpy. Waxwin. Yafspar.
Okay, goodbye, person. Rio, the only person I know. Oh, I love this tree. I hate that our terraining goes erased. I spend so much time on that terrain paint. I hate this game sometimes. And we're gonna put leftovers in here. A lot of social bunny worthy things happened to her. Maybe she could have social bunny. Open social bunny. Add to contact lists. The only person. New post. Post a happy narrative about the thing. Okay. Well, I think her first day in her new place is going well. Her knees are fine. She's not sleepy at all, almost. But I think she can add her little pottery thingy out here. Looks so cute. I'm not gonna have her working on her gardening just yet. But I do feel like she has like a lack of things she's doing. She can do a medium abstract painting maybe.
Grosho. Lavar.
I'm gonna remodel her
Savar.
art room when the new clutter kits come out later today. But I guess I could do it off stream and just play a little video for you, like I did at the beginning of the stream.
Yusuf. Bonza. Ina. Brett. New. Squire.
Complete a task in any aspiration and complete a want. Oh, she wants it to sketch a tattoo design. Interesting.
Bar. Dofo. Brett. New. Squire. Fuba. Burbo.
Yeah, I think that definitely should be her first like goal, is to unpack this room. So between episodes, I think I'm gonna decorate room by room. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, and she's going to paint on her own. That's good. Oh, but it's almost midnight. Okay, that's the last painting she will do, because even if she doesn't feel sleepy, she does work in 9 hours. So maybe good if she, got some sleep before that.
Fuzaknush.
I almost forgot. I can totally do this. Haha. She's washing her hands a lot. You are gonna go to sleep. It's not the greatest of the beds, but meet one sim. Well, I didn't get a welcome wagon. I'm guessing because there is no sims around us. Yeah, there doesn't seem. Although. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anyone living around us. She's getting a little hungry. A little peckish, should I say. Maybe she could have some breakfast. Eggs and toast. There you go. She doesn't have anything on her cooking skills, so she should start. I shall not speak too soon, but hopefully there is no fire. I can't deal with that right now. Yay, she acquired the cooking skill. Good job. Oh, should she get a university degree? I mean, there is nothing about it in the challenge. Grim Reaper, hello. Have you considered reaping business? No, 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 no. Nope, nope, nope. Family recipe. This meal turned out really nice, but other things they can improve. They can improve it even more. Try to create a family recipe and add some extra flavors to it. I don't think I want eggs and toast to be your family recipe. I think we have time before that. Okay, you can clean this up. Okay, this is definitely filling in. Didn't they have? Oh, I guess it didn't. I want to test if the new hamper for clothes would also fill out. But I guess I don't have it anywhere. I'll probably put one here or there at some point. And off to work she goes. Oh, she probably needs an umbrella rack. I didn't think about that. Andrea's off to work. Rio. Yeah, go meet that person. But for now, while she's at work, let's save. And let's do that kitchen, shall we? Just real quick, there's not a lot to do. Just a wall here, and I know which one I wanted. So we're gonna go with that one. It was this one. Literally one of my favorites in the game. It kind of matches the floor, not too much, but enough. Okay, now she has all of the walls. I can't believe I forgot that one. That's okay. We can ultra speed through this. Hello from the other side. You don't know me, so this might sound weird, but you're going to inherit from me, kid. Why, you might ask? Let's just say it's better for both of us if you don't ask questions. The money needs to go somewhere, and quick. And I heard through the grapevine that you were a good, upstanding sim. So you're about to inherit a chunk of my hard-earned simoleons. Listen, buddy. Part of life is planning for your death. You should write up a will when you're ready to choose who's gonna inherit your simoleons, your heirlooms, and your kids. I did mine on the computer, but you can call inheritance lawyer too, to help you write one too. If you want, just make good choices in life, kid. I sure didn't. Free money? Yes, please. Hey, Andrew, I've been going through some stuff lately. Do you mind if I come over and stay a while at your place for a few days? Give myself time to process everything. I mean, yeah, okay, fine. I'll need to, like, give you a bed and stuff. You have been selected for the 7 Wild Dates romance-based reality show. If you choose to participate, you will be tasked with having 7 consecutive perfect dates while hidden cameras record your every move. If you complete all dates perfectly, you will be awarded with the grand prize. You know what? Sign me up. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're going on 7 wild days. But while we're at it, let's set up a room for our guest. I don't know. I guess he can stay in this small one. Like, we don't have much to give him, probably. So just like a cot bed. Uncomfortable. Both of those are uncomfortable. But if I give him a sleeping bag, that's also uncomfortable, right? No, those are total ones. I mean, it doesn't say it's uncomfortable. Should I just give him a sleeping bag? I mean, it makes sense that we would have like a sleeping bag somewhere. And we can give him a little lantern like here. Perfect. Letting a guy we just met stay with us. You know what we could also do? We could also do like this. Oh, this one is cute. So there, he has his little corner here. Did he put his bag down yet? Oh, he did. Okay, good. We can also bring that in for him. Yeah, make yourself at home. Oh, sorry, this is so silly. Can't I assign beds to Rio? Okay, I guess I can't. Hopefully he'll assign it to himself. And I guess... well, she's a little bit peckish, but she does need to have dates, so... Cupid's Corner, here we go. Or, let's go on a blind date. Socialize, be friendly, romantic. Drinks, food. Or okay, we're just gonna make drinks and friendly socialization a mandatory thing, I guess. Oh, and sing. And let's go to karaoke, maybe. Planet Honeypot, maybe. There. Let's meet a random date. This could go very wrong. But I'm excited to see what happens, actually. Hey, okay. Our date is crisp and black. Friendly introduction.
So.
Dag.
Ready.
Huh?
Nobody.
Huh.
He has a new job. Apparently we know that after we just like literally
Oh,
met him.
ow.
Also, girly, what you wearing?
Ah.
There. Need to be dressed up for the day.
Oh, Narfa. Subidi flange. A plon de bluma. Farik, be Ralph, Illinois.
Russia.
Espina. Fanoob soon. Ginjil.
Bull Gelna. Storbadoo.
Ponka. Yibs.
Okay, maybe we can.
Malinee. Dad.
We can't. What?
Fossanoy, Valpim, Vanti.
Why
Shut
can't I order drink? Am I done?
Percival.
So.
Oh, there we go. Order happy hour drink. Okay, okay. Let's do some apple nectar.
Dag.
That sounds lovely.
Dag dag.
Neep.
Sul sul.
Sequinario.
Samba.
Acroba.
Malinee.
Jongi.
Sul sul. Wixel.
Groom. Wavu. Ruskam Mahima. Muchi Pichi.
Sugary cravings. Adria is feeling peckish and could really go for some sweet, delicious snack. Maybe make them themselves. Why not buy a candy machine and try it? Nah, I'm good.
Vermicelli. Well.
They look like they could have fun together.
Mollabai. The skin on the sand.
Steve Charso Denoy.
Rita.
Flagisi.
Oh, Schwabby.
Yeah.
Skibi Wina. Skibi Board.
Hey. Rinobla.
Doda Venti.
Stoon Rebus. Ziffle Fruba. Funtrip Nipso. Slippin' Mom. Zapay. Skiba Yamu. Sorbin
In
Nerve.
black, gray, and white. Oh, nice.
Hoo Harpin.
Fraba. A Bode Quarb. Haha, Crazo. Crab. Palachaba Snabo.
Jeffel Porme. Ziwawa. Sumbi.
We already discussed interest, but okay.
Varik Poshima?
Snetzel.
Oh, Tinkwell. Sula.
Let's discuss favorite artists.
Foosh. Benor.
Oh, Mobsy.
And maybe sing a duet, a country duet with Crispin.
Gipara. The Fool.
So far, this friendly date is going really good.
Why would she be don't fuck around?
Nubu Kyoka Kwa Babu.
They're terrible. I love it.
Nubu Kyoka Flairvu. Disney Boy. Maybe Pukano.
Oh, but they're having fun.
Verviva Flu Crate Sim Stiba Kimagru. Serva Fleecela Bleakenea Boospish. Zervus Del Slish. Is Nibo Boy. Maybe Puganai. Sepa Lusim.
Oh, it's like Europe.
Boy.
It's my husband and another save.
Olava Yamal Aflin. Pagona.
Flosta.
Ah. Petord. Dobie.
Troby Choots.
Oh,
Come
Lampina.
here. Gaba Woony Hish.
Sobista.
Turnoi.
Yibs.
Yibs.
Blue velvet on blue fire. Shishitap kalum den va. Ja far ja blicky blah. La buna. Yip yip.
Apparently they need to drink more. Please, why aren't you working? This feels like they fixed one glitch in the game, introduced like 500 more. I don't think I ever encountered this glitch before. I think she's kind of slacking on the job. Do we want to sing another duet? Oh, she actually did need to pee. It's Bellicott.
Wabashibi don't fagra.
Nubu Kelker Quavu.
Lapsanasu gluna di jow.
Nubu Kelka Flare Boo.
Sanji upsla blar.
Is.
Since I can't drink something.
Sanji upsla blar. It's Niba boy.
Zerby love blue grapes and Steve got the girl. Zerby please tell her please.
No, it was silver. And I couldn't ask to extend the date.
Nope, sir.
Oh, he is romantically interested. Well, they're romantically interested in me. Oh, he's a hot-headed. I know you can't hear these screams right now. It's good that you can't hear these screams right now. In case you can, don't worry. It's just a neighbor's husky. He's close on the balcony. Which I guess is a little worrying, but... Poor thing, I just want to go over there and take him here. It breaks my heart when I hear him scream. No, don't eat leftover pizza. Serve some dinner, some japachi. Okay, we have 14 more hours to complete the perfect date. What are our work times? This seems fine. She seems very tired though. I guess after she finishes her food, she can go sleep. Oh no, why you sad, Rio?
Ooh, Zul. Oh, Dufka. Do no wa. Wapana Fanaya? Oh, yep.
Zoya Malaba. Kissape.
I just made fresh chapati. What are you doing? I mean, I guess fine. You do your thing. I guess you can go to sleep. Rio, please don't burn the house down. I just bought it. It's new. I don't yet have insurance on the stuff. How much do you want to bet he's baking white cake? Like, he should at least bake chocolate cake. You know, he's depressed, sad. So chocolate cake would make more sense than the white cake. Did he just leave it in the oven? Oh, she's stinky a little. Her work is too important to her for, you know, for her not to focus on that. Hi, Marshall. How are you doing? It's nice to see you. It's been a while. What have you been up to? Working. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. At the printer service shop. Wait. Printer service shop. But we got promoted. We might fucked up the 7 wild dates thing, but we got promoted. Do you want to celebrate tonight? I do, but I also need the shower, so I think she's gonna like reward herself with a bath. But yeah, nice. Congrats on the new job, I think. Is it new? Judith Ward, what the fuck you want? I'm wealthy, very wealthy. Just last month, I brought Social Bunny and Cupid's Corner. Just straight up bought them. You caught my eye, and I was hoping to get the chance to meet you in person. I know it's a lot to ask, but I have gifts for you. What do you say? Perhaps. Beso rápido motel, okay? Well, let's take that bath, and then we're gonna meet the wealthy weirdo that is Judith Ward, apparently. So travel. Just you. Where did she say? Ciudad de Morada? Beso Rápido Motel. Okay. I think I know where that is. I think I remember. But yeah, short recap of what we're doing. We are playing my first ever Sims Legacy Challenge, and we are on the first generation, on the second day, third day. And the challenge we're doing is Llamas and Legends. Basically, it's a challenge that combines Sims with D&D, and so far it's been chill. We've been doing literally a little bit of everything. But yeah, apparently ads are in progress. So why do ads always happen on the interesting parts? Tell me that. So I guess while the ads are happening, I will pause for a second. And we're not gonna meet the wealthy weirdo yet. We're gonna meet the wealthy weirdo in a moment. But first, I'm gonna give 2 minutes for the ads to play, and also in the meantime, I guess I could go pee. That sounds like a good idea. So yeah, I'll see you in a minute. And I'm back, and the ad break is apparently over. So that was longer than a minute. But yes, let's go meet the wealthy weirdo. Are we really meeting a wealthy weirdo? I don't know. I did travel to public venue. What do you mean? Hey, thanks for meeting me. Oh, you wanted some gifts, right? Check your pockets. Oh, damn. Those are some awesome goodies. 3 axolotls, cell blocks, some crystals, free pre-sim head, a large space rock, and Lindsay, which is uncommon. God, nice, nice. Weird meeting.
Chug, 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 chug.
Red, I am
Thank you, Red
hydrating.
Eyes Luster, for keeping Seb hydrated.
I am hydrating. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. Also, hi, hello, welcome. Is my mic working okay? Mic is my Give me a second. I'll figure this out. Maybe this is not okay. Maybe this is better now. I had this pretty low because my PC is buzzing and sometimes that picks it up, but it should be fine. The mic should be fine now. I guess it just didn't register every time I talked because it was not set up properly in the program. But program is fine now. Yeah, so we met both weird. I don't know why this isn't completing. I'm hungry and I need some fun. Also, can we appreciate how this is all set up for the bands? You want to go back to bed? I mean... let's order favorite drink. I want to know what her favorite drink is.
So, huh? Dag!
You slept for 10 hours? I mean, after the day you had yesterday, yeah. I don't blame you for sleeping 10 hours. I would sleep 10 hours probably as well.
Fazunia. Minze Lepeta.
Benoy?
Sarabin Domila? Chibs.
Okay.
Antrip. Baru Shanisi Bafang.
So what's her favorite drink?
Dag.
Gleno. Yabo.
Yeah, true. That's all that matters.
Nabatane.
I will pretend like I totally know what CPR cert is. Oh, this is shell. Oh, that's cool. So there's a TV here. That's nice. Okay, Sea of Fire is her favorite drink. Okay. Usually, like most of my Sims, their favorite drink is water. That's like a trend with my Sim. We're like, oh, let's order favorite drink, and then it's water.
Epi Yeket Chibs.
Fucking
huh?
water, can you imagine? I mean, not bad. It's good that water is their favorite drink, but
Watanabe. Abimo Ya.
oh no, Judith is here.
Maybe. Nay. Avinities. Fame. Mushy peachy. Venture. Banaza.
Let's talk about handiness with Judith Ward.
Ah.
Ah, Fazunia. Grand's jewel.
I'm pretty sure I'm in a public venue and oh well.
So.
It's getting kind of late.
Want a fetch?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm in a public venue. I met Sims.
Zuli, Susu, Efwa.
Yeah. Maybe if we just do friendly interaction with. Ah, okay, that worked. Judith is apparently pretty wealthy. Should we hook up with Judith Ward? No. No, we're not gonna hook up with Judith. Right. What we are gonna do is we're gonna travel.
Hey.
Oh, certificate to do CPR. Okay. Yeah, that's very important.
Snip bara.
Don't you like do that when you get your driving license or something? Do you have a driving license? Oh, apparently this lot is not available. What if I just travel to park? That is interesting. I think it appears. Let's just see if it works for this lot. Okay, this worked. Okay, and then if I travel home. I'm gonna explain what I'm checking in a moment. Oh no, now it's fine-ish. I think that parts of the bug, that's when you add lots from the gallery, they add correctly into your map, but when you enter them, they are all turned to residential lots for some reason. I think that that's what's happening just like in base game stuff now, which is weird. They genuinely fixed so many bugs, but it seems like it just introduced a bunch of new ones. Oh, you don't need CPR to get driver license here. Oh, okay. Complete task in any aspiration. Oh, I'm flirty. I'm not inspired. Oh, that's actually so awesome. Oh, you're just watching. Does this guy ever sleep? Like, does he ever sleep? Let's have her have some onigiri for dinner.
Oh,
And then we're gonna discuss his sad mood. You didn't. That's so awesome. Congrats. Also, I don't have a hole in the wall here. I have this, but this, since it's the upper cabinet, does not appear down here. Do you know what I just realized? Is I need to rectify it, like, immediately. I don't have a mailbox. Well, apparently I have a mailbox, but I never put down the mailbox. Or trash cans, for that matter. And I wanted to put the mailbox over here. Maybe I can go with the new mailbox. If I find it. Or I can't. Nani? There's a new mailbox that came with new game, but it's not here. What if I just search mailbox? Is this one. Oh, look how happy this one looks. Oh, I love it. I'm obsessed with this mailbox. I think it fits perfectly with her vibe. And then maybe I put the trash cans over here. You need to stay physically fit for it. I mean, I can imagine, honestly. I think we're gonna do a European standard here. Which is gonna be regular trash paper and plastic. Usually we have like brown ones for the biodegradable stuff, but that's like usually not every house has it. We could add it, but nah. I think 3 trash cans are plenty. And I wanted to have a trash can in the kitchen, which I also forgot to add. Let's say she unpacked a singular box, or maybe she bought a new thingy. She did get the promotion, so maybe she rewarded herself with the trash can. And this trash can is great because it's gonna give us money. So we don't really need these, but you know. Also, if you're wondering where my paths are, the game deleted my terrain paint, and I don't feel like getting it back now. But while I'm on the subject here, I could potentially just add stuff for a cat, perhaps. Because this guy is here only temporarily. And I'm gonna sell a bunch of these things. And we're gonna put a cat thingy here and maybe a cat thingy upstairs. Maybe in the bedroom. Like here in the corner. That should be fine for now. We're gonna add a magic wand thingy. So we can adopt a cat. Because once this guy leaves, we're alone again and our social needs will decline fast. Oh, now you're eating japache? I made that yesterday, dude. No. Don't get up. Ugh. Put in inventory, I guess, since you're already here. Give me a sec.
Oh! Bruscan Lagora? Ah, Sycophus.
I'm just eating a chocolate rabbit.
Meshka Craney. Possum Rubina.
Ria, you didn't finish your food. No, don't nap on the... You have your bed, go to sleep. I know it's not a very comfortable bed. But it's a bed. He went to sleep as well.
What you?
She really needs to pee. I'm wondering if she can use the toilet like this. She can. Because I put it in this little shelf thingy. Okay, it's good. She can use it. Does she work today? In 2 hours. Painting not started. She's kind of in desperate need of fun. Cleaning up Japachi. And maybe have some scrambled eggs with bacon. It's a new breakfast recipe she learned. Okay, Adria, you can put some, cake in your step. Also, for now, I think I'm just gonna put the little axolotls on the floor until we find some better accommodations for them. Oh, this looks like there's 2 of them in there. Why not on the pink stairs? Pink stairs? I don't think I have it. Oh, I don't know. The axolotl song? I know only one axolotl song. I don't think we're thinking of the same axolotl song. But then one day I drank a bottle. Something, something. I drank a little, then a lottle. Now I'm salamander, 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 yeah, 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 yeah. That's the only song I know about axolotls. Where axolotl drinks a bottle of something and turns into salamander. Oh, we need to roll the dice tomorrow. I had a dream about you last night. You were being followed by Grim. He kept looking down his slablet and then looking at you. At least I think he was looking at you. I don't think he actually had a face. Whatever. That doesn't matter. What matters is that I think I might be psychic, so this is serious. You're in danger, my friend. I think I'll be fine. This becomes me inspired. For only 2 hours, I'm still at work. I don't think he's that cool. He just lives here. He doesn't even go to work or anything. He just makes a mess. Okay. I guess it's time we vacuum around and stuff. Rio, Paul.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. I have cool collections of axolotls here. Okay, those bugs. Like, it doesn't inherently, like, do anything on the thing, but... Can I fit this into a shelf? I can. Oh, actually, maybe I want to fit it into this shelf. Or on... Oh, I can't... It's just this one or this one. No, I guess I prefer it there then. Okay, you can vacuum this as well. You're gonna go get fresh air? Yeah, fresh air is always nice. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for sending me the song. I'll check it out after stream. That is very fair. Give pats to the cats. Okay, I think she vacuumed to perfection. She could. She could paint a mathematical diagram, although I think I will sell that one. Oh wait, I just realized something. And it's regarding my blobs. No, wait. Manage rewards. There we go. Okay. So we were raising blobs for a singing stream. No, that's back. What do you mean? What do you mean? There is a post on Blue Sky? There is a post of Blue Sky? There is even 2 posts on Blue Sky. Also, hi, brother. There is a post on Blue Sky. Yeah. 6 hours ago, we're officially kicking off our St. Jude campaign in my first ever Sims Legacy Challenge. Come join me for early morning shenanigans. And before that, it was like T-minus 9 minutes. Starting soon. I don't, like, it's there. No, I didn't. Why would I block you? Did you block me? The tables turn. More face. Yeah, brought a goblin VTuber. Following. I'm literally seeing your reposts and stuff. You're right, actually, I should have pinged everyone on Discord. But in my head, I was like, oh, it's morning. I don't want to bother people. I don't want to wake people up. There is weird things happening with following Fit, by the way. I also sometimes don't see posts. Like, it's doing that weird Twitter thing where it mixes up the times. I don't know. For me, anyway. Maybe I'm getting shadow banned on Blue Sky. I'm gonna tell him an engaging story, and I hope he moves out soon. Oh my god, he's stinky.
Oh, hey, Zizapa.
Why isn't he showering and stuff? And he's tired. Can I order him to shower? Listen, buddy, I know you're going through a rough time. But you should shower. Here, let's have a deep conversation. That's because you have your face toggled on to posts. What? It was working fine before. I will check it out. Shrimp, hello. How you doing? Enjoy your daily goat. The mountain goat, nonetheless. Also, Broto, enjoy your buff goat. Thank you. Hope it's not a too intimidating one. Okay. You should sleep. How you doing, Shrimp? Playtime with the ghosts. I don't know. Workout session with your buff ghost. A climbing session with the mountain ghost. I don't know. Maybe you can just give your goats pets. Did he... Wait, what? Did he shower? He didn't shower. Wait, you're telling me he went to my bathroom? That's my ensuite bathroom. He peed his pants. Well, he stripped naked. He peed his... Well, I guess not pants. He peed on my floor and then he left the bathroom. What the actual fuck? Okay, now he's showing nice soaks, but what? He is living such a mess. Oh, and she's getting sick. He asserted his dominance piece and left. Yeah. Like, it's not even his house. He was just like, hey, bestie, I'm going through a rough patch. Can I, like, stay with you for a couple of days? And, like, I just met this guy, but sure, I guess. I have rooms. You can stay with me for a couple of days. I want to, like, cheer him up. I don't know how. He's heartbroken, apparently. I don't even know what he does for work. He's always home. He looks like a tortured artist type guy. I love his makeup, though. Why is she not cleaning up these two cups? And I can't personally move them either. You're just stinking up the place. Bro, you're just gonna leave it here again, aren't you? have to go to work. I can't deal with this right now. I'm gonna ask him about his career when I come back. Yeah, we have to remember to roll the dice today. And this is where the fun starts, I guess. Oh my god, he left. Edgar, I need to challenge myself. A new job might be the solution. Yeah, go for a new job. You don't have to be pizza delivery boy anymore. Hey, we've been promoted. Okay, well, before you take that bubble bath, could you clean these cups up? Thank you for contributing to the stringing stream. Why did that sound like a swinging instead of singing stream? Singing. I definitely meant singing stream. Yeah. I don't know, like a little swing party. We break out some swings and we swing in someone's backyard, or I don't know. Like a pool party, but with swings. I'm not making this any better. Oh god. Yeah, put away that book. Let's just focus on the game here. We can clean out the spoiled food. And treat ourselves to a nice lavender foam bath for our promotion. Why is she walking like she's pregnant? You're not pregnant. The wealthy weirdo didn't make you pregnant, right? No, we don't have the mods on. It should be fine. Although it would be funny to have Judith Ward's baby from a one night stand. His suitcase is still here, but he supposedly left. Anyway, after that bath, I guess we can call adoption agency and adopt ourselves a cat. Okay, become inspired. Create paintings. Oh, she's confident because she got a promotion. Oh, look at it. I was like, oh, I want to take an adult cat, but look at this one, it's so cute. Kia, we're gonna change that name. Okay, we're gonna take Kia.
Fundraiser, but no pay.
And you can go down here. It's a big house, you know. The only problem is this is a kitten. So the only, like, they can't climb stairs. Okay, cautious introduction, in case she's aggressive.
Trigger. Kraugy.
Okay, she is aggressive. Let's get to know her and bribe her with the truth. No, let me bribe you.
Lorraine. On the Stopagonga.
Oh, he's so cute.
Who would say? Deroy.
Okay, so the challenge is Llamas and Legends. The challenge is made by Rishella. If you type exclamation point LNL, it's gonna give you all of the details, well, links and stuffs. But basically, it combines D&D with Sims. And the idea is first generation is a bard generation. We need to master the arts and become a 5-star celebrity with our art. Which I moved on none of these things. However, I am in the painter career. So that part we are doing. And every Thursday we roll a dice for a random happenstance. Now, how do we name our cat? Waffle Bartlett. That sounds good. Waffle is good. And adoption evaluation, we adopted the cat.
Yes. Marik Poshima? Namisa. Oh, Tinkwell.
In general, give me a sec. I have things opened somewhere. There we go. Okay, so this is our page here. You know, I'm gonna roll Tuesday dice now just to see. Created one page. Where? Oh. Delete one fear if your Sims has any. My Sim does not have any fears, so unless I get the fear by the end of the day, but I don't think I will. So we are not deleting any fears, but sorry, I should have warned you. Basically, so Gen 1 is a bard. You can choose between College of Vocals and College of Arts. We chose College of Arts. The second gen will be a warlock. And then we have a monk. And then barbarian, druid, rogue, cleric, ranger, artificer, and then finally a wizard. Can't read anything on the white page. Yeah, fair. Yeah, that's pretty cool. My sister actually sent me the link to the thing. So I've been planning on this since before I left for Croatia. But I was like, I don't want to start the challenge before I have to leave for a month and a half. So so we're starting it now. So our quest is to create a museum for all of our art and make sure to leave room for the future generations. And become a 5-star celebrity and place a tile on Starlight Boulevard so that you will be remembered forever. Those are our main quests. And then the goals are charisma level 10, painting level 10, and complete the painter patron of the arts career. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. I never once managed to have a 5-star celebrity in a household I played. So, if we manage, that will be awesome. I think since we're on a long lifespan, and as soon as they enter, well, as soon as they finish their aspiration and they have a child that's like older than teen, we're gonna move on. But for now, we'll see where it goes and how it goes. Maybe we should give Cat some food. Why is this person not leaving? Why is the game so broken? I swear. Like, please, leave. This is not your house.
Fella balloon. Uh-huh. Hoo-hoo, harpoon.
I don't know. Goodbye? Okay, she left. Ugh. Thank you. No, 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 no. You already put one out. Eat that plate of chapashi. My goodness. Oh, and let's just add another pet toilet downstairs. Maybe like just a simple cheap one down here. So the cat can actually get to the toilet. Also, I had terrain paint and like floors and stuff, but the game decided to delete all of the terrain paint. And I couldn't be bothered to do it again.
Oh.
She doesn't have any
Difficult
fears, right?
film.
Yeah. Wow, you played with that cat for full 3 seconds. Go play with the laser pointer.
Uh-huh. Ha, slavey.
I guess Waffle is obsessed with our fridge.
And soda fish.
Yeah, this is not really working. Is laser pointer bugged?
Chippy.
Ah, there we go. She's playing. Apparently they solved a lot of bugs
Slavey.
with yesterday's patch. They didn't solve the raining inside and a bunch of other things. And I feel like they just introduced a bunch of new bugs. I think we can sell this mathematical diagram. But hey, we finally have pottery in the game. So there is that. Does she have work tomorrow? Yes, in 10 hours. Well, I guess after you clean this up, you can go to sleep. The idea is that she just like moved into the place. That's why there's like boxes everywhere and stuff. Obviously, stuff from our stayover guests. I don't know why he didn't pick up his bag. They usually pick up their bags. I don't know what's up with that. But yay, free bag? I don't know. Flirt with who the fuck is Ignacio? Ignacio? He's an elder. Bruh. No. We're not gonna flirt with Ignacio. Like Crispin and Judith are already pushing it, but Ignacio? Ignacio? I don't know how you say it. Oh my god. Ignacio. She'd like to explore the deepest reaches of space. Yeah, I guess she could try and do that at the, fair thingy. You can have some eggs and toast there. Two hours before our work. Yeah. I don't think I can spend 120 points on anything substantial, yeah.
Oh.
The ads are coming. I guess I should hydrate in the meantime. Nothing important is really happening, so. And by the way, I'm gonna do a super lazy thing. And I'm just gonna upload these as they are on YouTube. Like, I'm not gonna cut them for now. Maybe one day. The ads are aggressive Marvel movie ads. Allah. Mood. That's how disruptive the ads are. And for some reason, currently it's not saying to me that the ads are rolling, but it's saying that they roll. I don't know, it's so weird. Thank you, Ignacio. I mean, the promotions are like going easy for her. Like, look at this performance. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, and now it's saying that it's outbreak on the thing. Congratulations, Rio. Wait, what are we learning? He's what? Oh, he's an amateur entertainer now. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Well, I'm gonna say hi to our cat. And praise it a little bit. Play with the cat one. Maybe give a treat. What do you want, Judith? I've been thinking about getting to know Cecilia Kang better as a friend. Go for it. Wait, was it here? We're gonna step into the spotlight just to start getting to our stars. I am kind of ready for one. LOL. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I guess the first cat pic on our cat's Instagram is gonna be cut, but yeah, hopefully some of these are good. Sure, you can read a little, but you should really, really do some art. And we should really upgrade her office soon. I think I moved my mic too far. No, resume the painting. You can play with the cat later. If I give her crafts new ceramic, your candle lantern. Okay, it's not the point of necessarily me planning them out as much as like when I get lost in the the game, then I forget about ads existing. I did plan them out for every hour, so they should have happened. It's just I forgot about them happening. Maybe you can have some dinner, some mac and cheese. That sounds nice. And we can forgo crafting ceramics because, well, she's too hungry for that. Anyhow, I will do a very very ill-advised thing, and while nothing serious is happening, I shall leave my sim unsupervised. And I'm gonna go make some coffee. Before you say anything, I didn't have any coffee yet today, so coffee time. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, now I'll see you in a bit. The camera should follow her around, so yeah.
Wetzel. Huh? Ha! Flor Belinda. Pepta? Oh, cute Pepta! Dag, dag! Benefay. The Briffer. Ooba.
Chug, 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 chug. Thank you Nico and Eva for keeping Seb hydrated.
almost perfect timing, Nico. I just went to make some coffee. But yes, I shall hydrate. I shall hydrate. Sorry, I didn't have the BRB sticker from my forehead. I should probably add that in. I do have a BRB sticker. I just didn't add it in. I don't understand why she keeps going on the couch. She has a perfectly good bed. Like, yeah, maybe it's a hand-me-down bed, but it's a good bed. How are you doing, Nico, by the way? Do we work like literally every day? Oh, except Sunday and Monday. Ugh, I don't want to do a neighborhood brawl. Sorry, you will have to be disappointed. Before you go, eat. Vacuum a little. There we go. Perfect. And you can vacuum downstairs as well. And then you can have some pancakes for breakfast. Sounds lovely. Part of me kind of wants to open up this room. Like the little office, because currently it's just like the door, but we could maybe do a little like rounded arch here. So it's like more cohesive with the thing. And maybe she can add like a wall here-ish. I don't know. Because I'm thinking she could have like the crystal creations here and stuff. I guess first we'll see how much she'll earn by the end of the session. Yeah. Because like the door just kind of, I don't know. Anything could be behind the door. But like the arch, and then you can see that there's like a little tidy study there. With a little PC. And obviously we're using the Comfy Gamer PC. Okay, I don't know how I forgot about adding the crystal thingy here, but I don't know. As it is now, there's like a huge empty space here, which I'm not very fond of. Well, currently it's not empty because there's a bunch of boxes and stuff in the middle, but if we put like some sort of wall, then we can like move this around here. Put like crafting station here, then painting can be in the middle of the room. We could make something. You know, I think the cat might need a friend. I kind of feel bad for it being all alone when we're away at work. Oh, started painting while inspired. Maybe she will still be inspired.
Maybe Benay. Vinivis. You Shabao. Palifa Shorza. Ponil. Gahara Shwabi. Shmezho Laclim. Yiklawush. Uspa. Noba Shun. Taru Kana. Roslapa. Eboya Pleva Stap. Yikla O'Dreep. Lo Yam. No
Okay, she's gonna be inspired for 4 hours. That's good. And our relationship with our cat is improving. Like, I kind of want a doggo, but the doggo is a lot more work than a cat. So maybe we should just get another cat. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do we get a waffle, a cat, or a dog? Sorry, Rio. I'm not interested in you in that way. Wait, you're supposed to be doing the painting, not play with the cat. I mean, I guess it's good if you're playing with the cat, but you shouldn't. You should do that, and maybe then... Oh, she doesn't have a shower here, but she has a shower here. You can take a thoughtful shower after. But yeah, one way to get rid of the fact that they keep canceling their thing is to queue up another thing, and then they finish the thing they started. It's just a way around the bug. And I guess it's not really exactly a bug, but when you have high autonomy on, they tend to have high autonomy. It's interesting how we thought about cat or a dog, and the painting is now cat and a dog. So maybe instead of just one, we should take both. I'll have to think of a better location for their food bowls then. Oh, maybe food bowls. Maybe we can put them here. No, I don't want to go be naked in the moonlight today. Sorry, Ignacio. Oh, she's also hungry. Okay. I need to remember how exactly I do the... Here, I'm gonna put a 10-minute poll for what should we get. You can add more blobs to vote multiple times. But yeah. She likes cooking. Do we get a cat, a dog, or both for waffle? The poll should be up for 10 minutes. So that should be more than enough time to get some votes in.
Fundraiser, but no bay.
I wish there was a way to... I mean, there probably is a way to get the poll to show on stream.
Ooh, ooksa.
Oh, maybe... I can set her utensil preference. Okay. Utensil preference. Steel chopsticks. There. Stretch. Yes, I shall stretch. There. That was a good stretch.
Bespa, Flinador. Snow Bay Fleeza. Pipita.
Oh, we don't have work tomorrow.
Grinza. For no.
No, you're not napping on that couch. For goodness sake. You're sleeping in the bed, but I guess tomorrow we could maybe decorate your bedroom a little bit and do that door change. And I think we also have enough money for a PC. I think she finally deserved one. Hello there. I just wanted to welcome you to the community, and my, that's a lovely neck you have there. I imagine that's how Vlad sounds. Oh wait, he left already? Okay. Oh yeah, it paused our fast forwarding. Oh, she really needs to pee. And let's save here. Let her finish peeing and I guess she can brush her teeth. She didn't do that in a while. Yeah, she can play with her cat while we do the things here. Do you want to go with greenish or maybe with bluish to sort of reflect the rest of the stuff here? I'm kind of obsessed with the comfy gamer stuff. Okay, she can have her controller there. We can plop some headphones over here. I think I'm gonna add some sort of light here. And a little PC. Oh, it can stand on this here as well. Interesting. I was kind of thinking of putting it here, but I think I'm gonna put it over here. It's easier when we're decorating like one by one room. Yeah, I think this is cute, like an atmospheric light. We're not gonna decorate it too much because we don't want to spend all of our money. I still don't know what we're gonna put here. Maybe just things on the wall and leave it blank. Oh, this is a little much. Is this a lot in the pink? Ooh. This kind of looks nice, I think. And then if we just remove these doors and add this specific thing. See, this is much cozier. Yeah, it's definitely a vibe. Yeah, and this is definitely better than the doors. Again, this I will do this off stream and I'll record a little videos for you guys. But yeah, that's a vibe. And a trash can. And just like a little bear here. Oh, apparently we're getting a cat and a dog. Maybe we want to put some curtains, but curtains are always a struggle in this game. Really just something like this. Sorry, my voice completely broke there. No, that feels a little chunky. Like, I love these curtains, but they don't come in the colors that I prefer. Yeah, finding good curtains is doomed to fail here. These could be nice, but they're maybe a little too big. Unless I put them like up here, which I can. Yeah, okay, that could work. Like having them that high up. Like, yeah, it falls over this, but it doesn't actually directly cut too much into anything. So it's fine. As long as we don't look too close, that's fine. Okay, so we said that. We also need to prepare for our newcomers. I don't know, like that. Oh, that's so cute. I didn't even know that we have that. I don't know how big of a doggo we're getting, or how big they will grow to be, because we'll probably get a puppy. So we're gonna just take a big bed. Okay. Now, for the bedroom. We're not gonna decorate the full bedroom yet. Just like a better bed and some things next to the bed. Oh, I quite like this new Pride bed. I think we're gonna go with that one. And actually in these colors. And it actually matches with the thing over there. No, did we get like new side tables that are not work related with the new pack? That's what I'm curious about because I didn't really have time to explore the new pack. We have like these, which not bad, but maybe too simplistic. Not that there is anything bad with simplicity. I think we're gonna go with these. And we're gonna give her a little alarm clock. I wish this one did the alarm because it is an alarm clock. And the little bedside lamp. Okay, I'm gonna go with my classic, which is the fire hazard. Yeah, I think that will work for now. And we can maybe add some more candles over here. And I don't know if I should... Oh, actually we have the painting that Judith Ward gave us. We can put that there. Although it might be more suited somewhere over here. Maybe like above here. I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4 wide. It doesn't matter. We can't spend too much money. I think this is it. From the decorations we're getting. And hopefully she enjoys this bed more than the other one. Morning, 7 a.m. There we go. Alarm is set. The room already feels a little cozier. Like just this part. Why are you eating chapati? Didn't I tell her to cook? Oh, maybe it's cancelled when I... Well, that's okay. Because we have... why would she need to attend the grief counseling? What? We have pets to adopt. Let's go for a dog first. Oh, Shelby looks absolutely adorable. But the biscuit also looks so cute. Rose looks a little bit unhinged, but she's cute too. And Ulrich is adorable. And Henry is so cute. And Pixel. Okay, we're gonna... Oh, we can't make more than 3 of them. Because Biscuit and Ulrich are like the same color. I'm gonna go for this combination and then we're gonna see which one we pick out of the logos. Hello, person, again. Okay. Pause. Okay. Friendly introduction. Friendly introduction. Oh, and Biscuit is a small doggo. Oh, I think Pixel is absolutely adorable. Oh, she's an independent doggo. Oh my god. And I love her name. We have Cat Waffle. We could have Biscuit the doggo.
And Zabi.
Okay. The puppies are adorable, but we're adopting Biscuit.
Rishubi? Suna.
I will resist not adopting the puppies. We'll just play with the puppies. I can resist. I will not adopt all of the dogs. Although this was genuinely a bad idea.
Gluna? Oh, Prashna. Lorraine. On the stove, Gonga? Subao. Yaba Subao. Vanuwatso Lanu. Inaplavar.
Wallacane Mobsy, but.
Fame. Mushu Peachy. Ban trip. Apala Chava is a feast from Mom Sikafus. Kaljo Darishi. Finafesh Septa.
I can't resist. They're all so adorable. I'm sorry.
Snozogarzo. Shorp Janil.
We still need the cats though. We need something food related as well. Pickles, yes. Pickles Bartlett.
Yadabu? Yes. Branique was sore. Sakaloo, honey.
Obviously, I have no self-control. Fidget, oh, so cute. But no, we need. No, we have a waffle. Harley, pumpkin, there. Pumpkin Bartlett. They all need to be food related. We have pickles, pumpkin, biscuit. Yeah, go on a date. Earbuds have been added to address inventory. Okay, I got free earbuds. Well, now that the adoption evaluation ended, obviously we need to adopt another cat because we voted both. Which cat are we adopting? Whooper, maybe? Oh, it's adorable. I want to pick them all. But no, we're just gonna adopt one cat. Just one cat. Okay. So we have 2 cats and 3 dogs. And I don't know why we now have a pet sanctuary, but we do. I have terrible self-control. Obviously. Friendly introduction to the kitten.
Trip escape.
Yeah, stop watching the film. The kitten is more important.
Kisafabara.
Okay. So Whooper is a glutton. Who needs who needs legacy heirs when I can adopt all of the pets? Here's the Pay, Bobby, Bomber, Fabo, Speckles, Mickey, Pitsy, Henry, Magog, Diamond, Salem, Ralphie, Stripe, Voxel, Merlin, Archimedes, Little Buddy, Truman, Sprinkles. No, we have Sprinkles already, I think. Do we have Sprinkles? Shit. Butter Bartlett, there. Biscuit, pickles, pumpkin, waffle, and butter. Okay, we don't have Sprinkles.
Nukem stay.
But we can get the goat and name it Sprinkles.
Amiva.
Don't judge me, okay? Give him a big treat. A football game. Out of all of the things, a football game. Let's ask Pickles to go potty.
Oh, Rabu.
Oh, first we need to let her outside. Pick up. Oh yeah, they can't use stairs. Oh no. Okay. Did you not pick her up? Alright, put her down here. And ask to go potty.
Connoisseur sneak.
Yay.
Larpa. Taro.
Oh, I don't think he will be able to get down the stairs here. You don't need to get water. Stop. Okay. Pick pumpkin up. Oh my god. No. Pick him up. He needs to go pee potty. Okay, put him down here. This is so adorable. But Okay. We're gonna lecture
Shebang,
Pickles
no.
about
No,
playing in
me.
puddles.
Ah! A Nerva!
Chill, chill. Mm, can you? Oh, there you go. Ask to go potty. Oh, don't yell at her scold.
Konazoi Snee. Ah! Mortisa.
How about you just pick her up and bring her inside?
Oh! A Raboo!
No, no. You were supposed to put her down there.
Oh, you bala.
Stop. No, don't kick the trash can. Pick up your dog. Honestly, I did this to myself. No, this one is splashing in puddles as well. No. Pick her up.
Huh?
Okay. And put her down here, just in case, so you don't. No, no, no. Okay. Pick her up.
Oh!
We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Pick her up. Okay. Then go here. While carrying your pets, preferably. Good. Good job. And then put her down here.
Oh!
Good job. And then lecture him. And then pick him up. And we're gonna carry him inside.
Nah! Tomno. Numiva!
Oh, don't be sad. No, no, it's okay. It's okay. You just, shouldn't really
Huh?
play in puddles and stuff. Okay, definitely picked him out. We can go here. Hopefully she doesn't put him down. And then you can put Pumpkin down here. Good job. There you go. Give me a second. I need to pause. Ugh. I think we took care of most of our pets' needs. And honestly, I'm just gonna play a little bit longer till Monday rolls around, so we at least did a week that way. We have a full house. We were supposed to adopt 3 animals. Now we have 5 of them. Biscuit seems very happy. You can feel these. Oh wait, before you do that, actually. This is reaching some sort of extremes. short ad break will be coming up, but I can snooze it. Wait, for 5 minutes? Okay. Well, I guess I have... Oh, but now it says it's running. Bruh. I swear, this game. Schedule time 12 hour and schedule time 12 hours. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, sure, have some orange juice. We do need to spend our satisfaction points because I don't want to carry them around. They can be a great storyteller. We can tell stories with our art and stuff. So, great start from one cat and then deciding the one cat is too lonely while we're away. So we need company for the cat. So we decided on dog and a cat. And this somehow got 3 dogs and a cat. I would say overall, the first part of this challenge was a success. For sure. It says we need to... Oh, I got more satisfaction points. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Cheerful. Oh. I don't know. No, not cheerful. Not cheerful. She's sometimes cheerful, but I definitely say it's you know, influenced by her sipping of the thing. Adopted. Jesus. Okay, no. Resume your painting, and then when you do that, you can add to your Instagram story. We should have taken pictures of all our pets, honestly. And I should probably speed through everything here. Okay, this abstract painting is really abstract and ugly, and I hate it. I can't wait to get rid of it. So, sell to collector. It's gonna give us some fame as well. It's Simstagram armpits. It's kind of a cute photo. There we go. One. The I'm sorry, that's great. Why do I always find these cats in the most random like positions? Well, shit. Where is Pumpkin? I assume here in the thing. I hate when this happens. Let's try pickles first. You are absolutely foul currently. You need a bat, Miss Pickles. Okay, and let's try again with Pumpkin. I don't even know where the frick. There. Oh, there they are. Oh my gosh. That's actually such a cute photo. Okay, their feet are doing a weird thing, but it's kind of cute. There. So we can memorize. Memorize? Well, yeah, we have our pets on the things. We can save. And I think this is where I'm gonna end it today. Our artsy bard is coming along pretty good. Oh no, wait, we can't end it here. We need to sleep. We need to get bills. But yeah. Anyway. This is where we're gonna end it for the day. Because it was supposed to be a 4-hour session. It's been a 4-hour session. What is happening? Why did the things pause? Everything seems to be fine. Except that pet's toilet. It's absolutely foul. But yeah. The first session of our challenge seems to have been going great. We met a wealthy weirdo. We went on 7 wild dates and lost immediately. For just like a little bit. But honestly, that one was kind of on me. Wait, it's 4 a.m. Why are you awake at 4 a.m.? No, go back to sleep, please. I just want to get the bills. So if you wake up at 7 a.m., okay, fine. Go have breakfast, some scrambled eggs. As I was saying, so far, so good. We did a lot of progress. Like, we progressed in our career. We are level 3 of the painter career. Our painting skill has increased to 6. Our charisma is only 1, so we're gonna have to work on that as well. And our fame, how's our fame doing? Not so great. We're here. But we unlocked the fame points, so we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there eventually. I don't know why bills haven't been delivered yet. Is it at 8 a.m.? I just want to see how much bills we cracked up for this so we can plan and prepare for the next part of this challenge. Yeah, go for a new career, Crispin. Still no bills. It's Monday and still no bills. Oh, there's bills. Bills are not yet due. 3,000. Okay, it's not that bad. But anyway, we're gonna double save, triple save stuff. I'm gonna see you all tonight with some Devil May Cry. It's been long overdue. And yeah, until then, as always, stay excellent. And let's find someone to send love to. Back to Twitch. Let's see. Who do we have? We have Armia. Okay. Well, that's easy. We're gonna go say hi to Armia. And I shall see you all lovely beans in a couple of hours. Until then, as always, stay excellent and yeah. Bye. I totally did not set up the thing I was supposed to set up, and I thought I did. But yeah, see you next time.